Alright, what's going on, guys? Back here on stream on this beautiful Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? I don't know. When you're working on your game all the time, you start to lose track of what days it is. What day it is. What's going on, everybody? We are back on stream working on some Skyhook pixel art animation. Here is what we did yesterday. Jade's melee attack, which has gone over super well in some playtesting. She leans back and then claws you in the eyes. Because she's a cat. And day before that, we finished up Finn's melee attack where he chomps. I've since made tiny bits of polish here and there to the sprites, but they're mostly still exactly what we did on stream. So today, the goal is... So in the last 2 days, it took us 1 day to do each of them. Today, we have to do 2. We have to do 2 characters. Because there are 4 characters in the game, and the deadline for the melee animations is today. And if I don't get them done, I'm going to fall really behind, especially since I'm traveling for the holidays tomorrow. So yeah, we have to somehow figure out how to do 2 characters in 1 day. So I'm not even going to waste too much time. We got to jump right into it. We need to animate this ninja here doing a melee attack, and then Runa the Viking doing her melee attack. We're going to base them off of Jade's scratch and Finn's bite. So the idea I have so far is that Anara is going to kind of slash you with a dagger. She maybe like pulls a dagger out of her belt. Don't really see that in the animation, but she slashes you with a dagger, and then Runa just does a giant punch. Oops, there's a giant punch forward, right? So let's try to animate those as quickly as we can. Get them mocked up. Get them in a rough form, and get this going. So let me pull in my Cintiq over here. Get everything into position. I'll move my cam over for you guys. Oh, this way. Alright. So, jumping right into it. We don't got too much time to waste. We've got 1 day to do 2 characters on Skyhook stream today. For everyone watching, Skyhook is 50% off on Steam. There's a thing there. I'm not really good at how pointing at the camera thing. Skyhook is 50% off on Steam for the winter sale. It is $2.50. It's as cheap as, like, I don't know, 2 donuts or something. What else do people buy for $2.50? So definitely check it out. It's on sale, and if you watch the stream, you could catch up with the private beta. You could get access to the developer side of the game, where you could play the version that I play every day. Alright, let's get started. So we are going to jump over to the Anara layer. We're going to turn off this playback. We're going to turn on onion skinning. So the idea we're looking for is that everyone has an anticipation frame, for now at least. I'm still not sure where if we're going to keep the anticipation frames in. I'm waiting to hear more playback or more playtest results from people playing the game and see how they feel about the anticipation. So we'll have her lean back. Or wait, no, she doesn't lean back because she's a ninja. She like crouches back, right? Her little hand goes into her belt to pull out the dagger. Again, always going super pushed on the first few iterations of it, and then we could pull that back if we need. So she steps back, reaches in for her dagger. Her cape kind of flaps as she does it. And then, shoomp. Just gotta get a slash in there. Not exactly what I want, but we'll just keep going with this. I'm gonna pop the playback back on. So we want to, again, as always, think about the poses. Try to figure out a way to make this super clear. Cape will flap up, we'll decrease the flap on this frame. It's not really a cape, it's more like just her hanging. I guess it's a cape. It's pretty much a cape, guys. Here we go. Oops, lost my thing there. There we go. She pulls back and then juts forward. As always, this is the most, frame 3 is always the most exaggerated frame on all the animations. This looks like Anara is the only one who actually is using some sort of a blade sword, which is kind of where these ideas came from, right? Originally all the characters were using actual swords. Don't worry about the cape later, that's more secondary stuff. I'm going to erase some of these cape frames. How many frames do we get? We still got 2 more for the recovery. And then she comes back. Oops. She pulls back. The blade still in hand. And then pockets the blade. Let's see how that's reading. Want a little bit more of an in between here. So she's coming back, the blade in hand. No, it's not really reading. Just watching the playback here. Not exactly the animation I want, so we might try something a little bit different. See if we come up with any other ideas for what she should be doing. There's definitely this frame is just wrong. Because the sword is back this way. Maybe we'll look up some reference. As always, running into some troubles, jump to some reference. Look at ninja dagger attack. Maybe ninja sword attack. Naruto, always a great reference for ninja stuff. Masashi Kishimoto is basically a genius. Whoa. Where is it? Sasuke, yeah, he's the guy that used a lot of sword stuff. Let's see. So let's compare this to some of the other characters. So obviously it's not as broad as it could be. Even Jade's could be more broad. Just looking at it today as opposed to yesterday, I could make her hands even bigger. Fins is nicely exaggerated. So let's see, how can we push? Let's think about how we can push Anara's animation. Well, we can make it clear that she has a blade in this first frame. something like that. So here you can maybe see a glimmer that she pulls the blade out. Oops, I just did the wrong frame. I did. Let's see how we can push this animation. Push this pose forward. I think the biggest thing is that the sword is getting blocked. A little bit too big. Trying to see how we can make it so that her attack is at least somewhat as cool as the other characters, and also reads as what she's doing. Let's fill this in really quick. Because what we want to do is, like I said yesterday, and like I always say, we want to get this into game as fast as possible, so we can start seeing how it reads, how it feels. Just look for any open holes that's going to cause any fill problems. Okay. Whoops. So we're going to color all of this in red, because that's what's most important to us, right? That it reads as her. Actually, we're going to color in the bottom blue. Or color in the top white. I mean all the dagger related stuff white. And finally we'll just drop in some skin. Looks like Mario. Alright, we're going to export that really quick. Take a look at what this looks like in-game. Sprites, characters, Anara, main, save, jump into Unity. We'll switch our testing character over to Anara. We're gonna jump into the test scene actually. Okay, it's set to Anara, 2 players. Alright. Well, yeah, it's definitely not reading because of the hold on the return frame. Looks like she's pulling a stick back rather than a blur because it's not happening fast enough. And it doesn't even look like she's slashing anything. Huh, it's very interesting. So everything we just did, not good. So we can't be afraid to just throw it all away, get back to the beginning. Also, the character is way off model. She's way small. The Mario is way small. But that's not really what's important. What's important here is this animation not working at all. So we're just going to scrap it. We're going to keep it on the sheet. I'm going to just move it away from this animation, just so we have a reference to what's not working, so we don't make those same mistakes again. No, we might end up making the same mistakes again, but at least we can try not to. Let's think about this again. Nara is a ninja of sorts. She wanted to attack. Now one of the a little too crazy. One of the craziest things would be if her attack was wildly different. She's already pretty OP with her teleport. If her melee attack wasn't a melee attack and if it was some sort of a projectile based attack. But she's already pretty OP. Itachi, what's going on? How are you doing on this Christmas Eve? How did everything go with your sprite locators and stuff yesterday? Were you able to figure that stuff out? Why do I need the last sprite in the animation? It's basically the same as the first. Do you mean this sprite right here? So with Anara's is not a good example, but if we take a look at Jade's, so the first sprite... Oh, do you mean this sprite right here? Or, I'm assuming you mean, so this is not actually used in the animation. This is just a reference for myself. But yeah, so this sprite is her taking her claw out, and then the last sprite is her getting up from landing. Same with Finn. It's him opening his mouth, and the last sprite's going to be him getting up. Although these two are very subtle, but it does make a little bit of a difference in the animation. So Anara's hopefully going to be different enough. This frame and that frame isn't different. Or is different, sorry. Right now, yeah, they do look pretty similar. That being said, I'm still not entirely sure what her power is. Let's use Jade as a reference point here. I'm going to turn that opacity down. Turn off onion skinning. So if we take Anara, we do something fairly similar. Except she crouches. Itachi, let me know if that answered your question. I think I knew what you're talking about. I'm not entirely sure. So I still like the idea of her crouching for that first frame. I think it's the most fitting for her character style. Maybe it needs to be more obvious that she pulled out a weapon. Toxie, so you're saying you're just thinking this is hard since you need to return sword after attack. Second half animation can be mirrored. Yeah, that's a good point. Since she does need to put the sword back, you could possibly reuse the same attack. I guess it just since it'll only be one frame. I don't mind animating something a little bit extra just so it's not exactly the same. And then hopefully we can get her animation to a place where we can make it look very different when she puts the sword back. But you're right, like looking at this frame, it might be fairly similar to what she's going to need to do to put the sword back in. But yeah, there's definitely cases throughout the character's animations where I did do that. You're absolutely right. So like, for example here, the landing animation and the getting up animation is very much the same. And so I actually just reused it and just changed the angle of the jacket or like her cape, because when she's getting up, it won't be coming down, and just change the angle of her hair so it's going down instead of up. But otherwise, basically the same frames, just kind of shifted around. But yeah, no, you're right. It does feel like there's not enough space to animate. That's the tough part about animating within the constraints of these boxes. Um, if we had more space, it might be a little bit easier. Although, I mean, sometimes it's kind of nice to have the constraint because then it forces you to um, just do it without just doing like without getting crazy and just making it so like the characters get 10 times as long. Because remember, even while they're in these animations, their hitbox is still the same, right? So if I had too much space, then she could like get way out of her hitbox, and it'll look like you hit her, but you didn't because her animation is too wide or too big. So yeah, definitely one of the challenges to animating and to working on such a tiny resolution game. I mean, if I went back and remade this game again, then I would definitely make the characters a lot larger, so I had more room to animate. But since most of them are already animated, that's unfortunately not on the table, especially not this far into development. So she steps back with her knife here. And she's going to slash with it. So we're going to use a lot of reference from the Jade animation. Since they're both humanoid, they share very similar body types, so that's helpful. And they're both doing the same thing. They're both going to be lunging. Everyone's going to be pretty much lunging, I think, in these animations. So I'm pretty much recreating the other one. Let's see if we can recreate it better. So Toxie, how'd it go yesterday with your hat stuff? Were you able to figure it out? Maybe get some hats into the game you're working on? Whoa! That was weird. Just get her arm up here. Bring the sword around. Bring the body forward. Let's turn off Jade. Get back to Anara. Just gathering knowledge of Toxie, that's totally cool. What kind of a game are you working on again? Or are you just gathering knowledge about Unity in general? Let's copy these legs over, save time. That is going to be the tough part about today, is that we have to animate 2 characters, and the time usually takes us to animate 1, so we're going to have to move a lot quicker through these, but still try really hard to maintain a decent quality level. This does not look good. So don't worry, guys. I don't think it looks good, and I'm just moving ahead. Definitely does not look good. But we won't figure it out until we do all kinds of horrible stuff. Yaoi visual novel bird hardcore something. Awesome, awesome. So we're going to do that. And then we'll land. Let's even just for now, just to make sure we're on the right track, we're going to steal her land animation. Here. Actually, is that going to help us? I don't think so. Let's see. I'm going to put that there. Then we can say she comes down. See what's going on here. So again, using heavy placeholders here. Pixel art tends to look really bad until it looks really good. Looks more like she's flat, like smacking somebody, or like uppercutting, actually. Damn it. Now I look at it. Hey, Mad Getter, what's going on? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are trying to animate this ninja stabbing with a dagger, but looking at it now, it looks like she's doing an uppercut, which is not exactly what we want. This is a melee attack for Skyhook, a game where you fight with grappling hooks, and also with uppercuts, apparently. Yeah. Looks like she's doing a really awkward uppercut. 2 failures in a row, guys. We got this. It's my own fault because I approached the second animation a lot like the first animation. The thing is, at least the only thing we got out of it is I really like this frame, where she pulls out the dagger. So assuming we go down the dagger route, this frame is going to be super helpful. Mad Getter, you started the game on Indie Insights. Looks fun. Awesome. Thanks, man. Actually, the game is on sale right now for 50% off. It's $2.50 on Steam for the winter sale. So please check it out if you're interested in the game. We've got a decent frame of her pulling back to pull out the dagger. Question is, what does she do with the dagger? Maybe it needs to stop being such an uppercutty swipe. Maybe it should be something like the original swords, where it's just vertical. It's always challenging animating a sword on the screen-facing hand rather than the backhand. But the other hand is holding the hook, so we can't actually use that hand for the animations. Itachi, why don't I animate a stab? Do you mean, that's an interesting idea. Do you mean like a forward, like she just like sticks forward? What's going to be challenging about that is we might not have enough space to stick her arm out, but I think it's a good idea. Because yeah, I think it's this roundabout, it's the roundness of this strike that's making it look like it's a punch or an uppercut. So let's see if we could do some sort of more of a stabby motion. So let's see, trying to think this stab through. Animate her arm going forward. Try to blur the slash. See this, how much we could push this animation. Let's bring everything forward. So let's move everything back because we're again running out of space because of these tiny character sheets. But hey, I mean, sometimes the reality of working on a game is you got to work within certain constraints. And for us, that's 38 by 38 characters. I think it's starting to look better. What do you guys think? A little bit more of a stab motion. Some leftover blur here. Mad Getter, you like the stab better? Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, definitely works better than the previous two animations, which were god awful. Great idea, Toxie. Thanks for the suggestion. Maybe what we could even do is, see, does she have any more colors? Maybe the color of her hook. I think it's silver. Maybe we could pull out some of the silver and give the dagger a little bit of a hilt. Not 100% sure about that. Itachi, yep, when Anara dodges, she can teleport. So yeah, she disappears and then reappears. Which definitely makes her one of the more OP characters in the game. So, let's see here. She's going to slash with the dagger. So we could grab some of her old faces. Does she have a looking down face? No, we'll have to animate that ourselves. And then she has to settle back. So I'm going to delete this old one, which is just so bad, this Mario animation. Oh, Itachi, she she'll just reappear. Yeah, she doesn't teleport when she attacks. She only teleports when she dodges. If we make her teleport when she attacks, it might throw the balance off a little bit too much because you won't know where she is. But I do see what you mean, trying to fix the issue with the last few frames. But let's see if we could solve that, maybe with some motion blur. But definitely, Utaxia, your idea of a stab was much better than what I was doing with just the regular sword strikes. We've got her going forward, and we've got 2 more frames. What's going on here? There we go. So let's turn off the onion skin. So we've got 2 frames to settle down. Now there's not much. Let's see. What I'm trying to look at right now is overlapping shapes. It's a little bit too much. Looks like she like bashes her head in at the end. So we're gonna get rid of this. So I'm literally just animating really basic shapes to look at it in the playback and get a feel for how it looks with the other parts of the animation. So I'm going to try to switch these two. Go down on this frame and then come up on this frame. Just bring her legs together. Start bringing her arm back. It's a little bit too much. It looks too much like the other characters. And it doesn't look like she's actually recovering from a sword strike or a dagger strike. I'm going to hide the old reference. Let's see. She's going to be striking, moving forward. So her momentum is pushing her forward. She does need to recover from that. But I don't think she needs to bend over and stuff quite as much. I wonder if we could do something even more contrasting. Actually, let's grab this first frame. Curious to see. Curious to see something. So what I've done is put those 2 frames there. I'm just stealing frames to just get ideas for how it would look if she was in somewhat in that position. And then just shifting the frames around to see if I could create some motion out of it. I'm gonna grab her. Gonna make her more forward facing here. If you guys have any questions about what I'm doing, definitely feel free to ask. If you have any suggestions, recommendations, always welcome. The recovery still is, the last two frames still not working exactly. Yeah, Medgetter, she's supposed to be putting the knife away, but I don't think it's reading. What do you think? I don't think it's quite working in the movement. That's what it looks like. Okay, that's good. Good. All right. If it doesn't look like she's putting the knife away, then I'm definitely getting somewhere with this. It's going to be interesting to see is if how that's even feeling in game as a thing. The other characters feel so much more powerful when they're attacking, but I guess because they're more powerhouse characters, right? And Ninja is a little bit more subtle. Yeah, the putting away doesn't really read. Let's see here. So she slices, goes back, puts it down, yeah. So I think, like Ataxi said before, we might need to abandon the putting away. It also makes it look like she's slicing twice, which is not what we want. We want it to read as one very clear, big slice forward. So I think I am going to get rid of the whole putting the blade away thing. So I'm going to steal these two frames and see how it looks without putting the blade away. Okay. Because what's tough is some of those animations look really good when we're looking at it so zoomed in and pixel edit, but not as good when you're just running around and doing them over and over. So even this, right? So I took out the last two frames, so nothing's happening in them. But now with just her slicing, it's so much clearer that she's slicing a sword. So we just gotta clean up and give her like some more end frames. See what we can do here. I'm gonna do this, except I'm gonna erase this other hand. Again, guys, we're working super rough here, just trying to get the animation in there. Are there combo melees? Mad Getter? No, there's just single tap melee attacks right now. Itachi, the collision is on these two frames right here. It starts on this frame and then it ends on this frame. So these two frames, the collision is live. So pretty much by these two frames, we don't want the player to think that they're deadly or make other players think that they're deadly. Again, stealing frames for placeholders that we can then adjust later on. Let's bring this leg in. Let's bring this. Mad Getter, it would be neat to see an alternate melee animation, or melee animation for when a player tries to rapidly melee. That's a really good idea, yeah. It'd be really cool to have alternate melees in general, so it's like they're not always doing the same thing. But yeah, if they're doing it over and over and over, yeah, it'd be like, strike, strike, strike. You're absolutely right. And that would make it feel like a combo too. Man, I'm totally failing on those last 2 frames right now. I need to just stop worrying about putting the sword away. Yeah, I'm totally gonna give up on putting the sword away. It's just not working out. The amount of frames we have, the amount of space we have. Mad Getter, the alternate melee animation could be a slash up and a slash down. Yeah, no, that's a really good idea. Oh, the current animation looks great. Oh, thanks, appreciate it. Doesn't look great to me yet though. It's killing me right now. But I do appreciate the feedback. But yeah, if she like slashed forward and then did like a slash up and a slash down, that's actually a really good idea. Alright, it's 1:48. Got a few more hours. We still gotta do another character. It's starting to look okay, I think. A little bit too much of a bob somewhere. I think it's on the top frame. Here, I think this needs to be forward. This is too far up. So even in my block out of these rough frames, I'm looking at these things, kind of paying attention to how some of these blobs work. Because those blobs are going to have to be translated into her actual pixels. Okay, this might just have to work for now. Let's check it out in game again. Okay, so the best way to know if one of these things are working, I can already see there's a really bad shift in her feet. Hold on. So feet go all the way back. We need to start bringing it forward. And here it goes really far forward. Yeah, okay, that's where the snap is. This needs to be back a little bit. So her feet are kind of moving along in the animation. Okay, so we're going to do a quick play test. I'm going to turn off debug here. I'm going to generate all of Anara's skins before we leave. Before we leave the scene, I mean, not leave the stream. So I'm going to set this to Anara. This is my skin generator. It generates all the different palettes for all the players. Okay, boom, they're all generated. Just going to go into the main menu, and we're going to play a test match using her placeholder melee animation, so we can just kind of feel it out. Is it feeling good to do it in the game? So here we go. The computer, I'll set them to Finn and Jade, because they're the only other characters that have melee attacks right now. It almost looks like she's just putting a little bit too much effort into it. So you want to make it look a little bit more graceful as we're polishing it out. And it also isn't as obvious as the other characters because she's so much smaller than Finn and Jade. So you might have to make the dagger bigger. Alright, let's play a 3 live deathmatch. Oh shoot. Just a sec, guys. Looks like right before the stream I broke the camera. So we'll do some code. So right now I'm using this camera viewport viewbound. Let's see. So we want to make sure this is keeping track of the menu as well. So I think I lost my old method here. Alright, so we want to do if game controller is menu. So we want to have special logic for the menu. Then new aim equals new vector 3, and we're just going to clamp these values. That's basically what's missing. So we want to make sure that in the menu screen we're using the min and max setup for the game, but in game we're using this special method called calculate camera view bounds. What it does is it makes sure that all the players are being seen by the camera, and it makes sure the camera is not going too far outside of the stage. Hopefully that fixes the problem here. So we're just gonna choose Finn right now just to test out if we fix this bug. Almost there. I did not mean to set the Z to 0. Should be -10. Alright, that should be fixed now. So I'm going to choose Anara this time for the playtest. Here we go. I'll be Anara. I'll set the computer to Jade and Finn. There's my slash attack. 3 live deathmatch. Let's make sure the team, okay, that's working. Just going to go back to deathmatch. Begin. Almost there. The camera went somewhere. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to jump and look at the revision for this because I did change a bunch of stuff. I'm pretty sure I haven't committed it yet. Let's take a look. Or I have committed it so we could look at the old revision and just get some of that code. Let's see all of my commits. So that's the ship bound. Here's the commit I made before the stream started. So wider camera. So here's what the old method was doing. And I'm pretty sure that's what I just did. So new aim equals clamp, 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 clampity clamp, min x. Oh, I did min y and min y. Little typos here and there will ruin your life sometimes. Let's switch these over to Jade, to Finn. I'll be me, Anara's. There we go, back to the world map. Everything's working good again. Let's head over to the swamplands. Get a little test match in here. 3 live death match. Oh, 2 hooks clash right at the beginning. Okay, not quite feeling her melee or melee attack yet. I mean, of course, it's not animated all the way through, but it's also generally difficult to tell when the characters are performing their attacks. At least I killed her on a melee. Let's do a rematch. Okay. I mean, this might have to mostly do for now. I think it's working decently in game. The footwork needs some help. Of course, the sprite needs a lot of work. Doctor, in case you're wondering, here's the teleport. When she presses her dodge button, she'll teleport from one spot to the other. Alright, well, we're not going to waste too much time. This is always stuff that we can improve later on if we have the time. I'm going to start cleaning up this animation. First I'm going to grab a quick glass of water, which I thought I brought in here already. Alright guys, I'm back. Ready to pixel some pixels. Oh, I turned that back off. How are you guys doing in chat? Everybody enjoying your Christmas Eve? You guys ready for the holidays? Itaxi, to check the collision of the attack, do you count time after start of animation to get on 2 specific frames. There is some trick, Atoxy. I'm glad you asked. I will show you that right now. So that is what I used to do when I first started working in Unity. I would, fire an animation, say like wait half a second, then show the hitbox or whatever, right? So let me show you a cool trick you can do in Unity. It's called animation events. If you already know about it, let me know, and I'll stop talking about it. But maybe anyone else can learn about it too. So here's the player sprite, and the player sprite has a set of animations. So if you don't know how to use the 2D animator, let me know also. But here's the animation window for 2D animations. So if you look at the sprites animations here, there's idle, run, duck, look, board, jump, all the players' animations are here. So here's a melee animation all the way at the bottom. If I click that, you'll notice there's a few white little ticks here. So these are animation events. Over any one of these frames, you can double click, or not double click, sorry, you could press this little box here and it says add event, and you could add an animation event, which will then, where'd the window go? Oh gosh, it's not showing up. It's like showing up for a second. There we go. So you can add an animation event which lets you call a method. Finn Jensen's, what's going on? Finn, in real life, the shark character from Skyhook. Welcome back. Good to see you again. How's it going? So we were just explaining how to do animation events in Unity using the 2D animator. So yeah, so you can add one of these animation events, and then it lets you call a method from any script attached to the sprite. So the player animator has a method called, right here on the first one, attack animation anticipation end. Very descriptive. I try to make my method names descriptive enough. So the animation, when it gets to this frame, tells the animator, see right there, Finn is, if I zoom in, that's when he opens his mouth to chomp. It tells the animator script that, hey, it's time to turn on the collider. So if you look at that method, attack anim antic end, so when anticipation ends, it tells the player controller that the anticipation has ended, which plays a bunch of sound effects and stuff, and then it takes the weapon trigger. Hey, Devroma, welcome to the crew. Thank you for the follow. We are streaming Skyhook development, doing some pixel art, some game dev, some pirates, some cats, some ninjas, some Vikings. Thanks for the follow. So yeah, here on the animation anticipation end method, it takes the melee weapon trigger and it enables it, right? So the melee weapon trigger has its own method to enable itself. And then similarly, here on the third frame, it calls the method attack deadly end. And that method, if we jump over here, attack deadly end, which I'm going to put down here because it should go after start. Actually, we could probably replace this. We'll call this attack deadly start, right? So here, let's make sure that I didn't lose the connection. Let it reload. When this little thing is spinning on the bottom right, that means your scripts are recompiling. All right, here we go. So attack deadly start. So when it hits there, it'll go attack deadly start, and then when it hits the third frame, it'll go attack deadly end. And attack deadly end turns off the hitbox or the kill box and plays a bunch of sound effects and stuff like that. Or it plays a bunch of VFX, so it like shows a smoke puff or whatever. So yeah, hope that answers your question, Atoxy. That's a little trick to time stuff out in the animator in Unity. So let's jump back to Pixel Edit here. We're going to start cleaning up this Ninja Sword Strike. Then we can move on to our Viking Sword Strike. I even wore my Shovel Knight t-shirt to represent my Viking pride for when we animate the Viking later today. Right now, we are working on the Ninja Strike. So let's get her face, or I'm sorry, her head. I'm going to start with her head, get that working. Actually, I'm not going to start with her head. I'm going to start with her hips, in case her head shifts around a little bit. So we can copy these feet over. gonna skip this song. Where's the next button? Isn't there a next button here? Mad Getter, you've been developing with GameMaker for 13 years. That is awesome. You're thinking about making the switch to Unity. Yeah, I mean, I bet that's going to be scary after having using GameMaker for so long. You're probably really, really comfortable with it. But yeah, I mean, coming from somebody who's been using Unity for 3 or 4 years now, it's pretty great. I love it. I used GameMaker a very little bit. I used to use a lot of RPG Maker, which I know is pretty different from GameMaker. Unity is definitely helpful. I mean, especially because I think in GameMaker you can do some 3D stuff now, but if you do want to make a 3D game, Unity is pretty awesome in that regard. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I would love to see what kind of stuff you've made so far in GameMaker. Feel free to share it in chat if you have anything. So we're going to have her step out with her foot. So again, if you guys seen me animate before, flipping back and forth between frames, watching the relationship between each body part in between frames. Just flipping back and forth, making sure everything is in line. I'm starting to get really uncomfortable here, so I'm going to adjust my workstation a little bit. Mad Getter, your Steam game Mech Anarchy was recently greenlit. Dude, congratulations! That's so cool! Check this out, guys. Mad Getter's Steam game was greenlit. Mech Anarchy. I freaking love mechs. Mech Anarchy Online? No way. You made this with GameMaker? Full controller support. This looks awesome. So it was like a top-down mech fighting game, or like a mech arena combat game. There's no way this is in GameMaker. Wow, nice animations and little overlaps on all the little characters. Dude, that's so crazy. That's awesome. And it's online. How are you doing your online multiplayer, by the way? Are you using some kind of like a pre-made backend? Did you write it all yourself? Oh, the mechs have capes. Oh snap, is your game in 3D? This is great, man. I wish I knew about it. I would have voted for it too. Am I logged in? No. Oh, I love the little community thing here. It's not 3D? Dude, it looks so 3D. Are you kidding me? It's fake 3D. Well, you got me. That is insane. This looks awesome. Mad Getter, congrats on getting greenlit. Best of luck. What's the plan now? What's your development plan? How long do you think you're gonna are you gonna go early access? Are you gonna go full release? Voxel style drawing, huh? It looks so 3D. So I am going to steal some colors here from her hook. Mad Getter Q1 2016 going early access. That is awesome. Definitely let me know when you do. I'll share that. That is so cool, dude. How long did it take you to make the game? Or how long has it been so far? Because it's obviously not done. You too were inspired by Towerfall. Yup. The game will definitely do it to you. Yeah, man. Ah, man, I love mech. So many of the games I started before I worked on Skyhook were like multiplayer mech games. So it's so cool to see one. here we are, guys. Cleaning up some of these sprites, getting Anara looking like Anara. It's been 6 months, Mad Getter? Dude, that is some awesome progress for 6 months. But I guess it makes sense. You've been working on games, you said, for like, what was it, 13 years. That's sweet. Do you stream your development at all, Mad Getter? Alright, we've got most of the shapes in there. You might start streaming? Awesome. Well, let me know when you do. I'll definitely give you a follow and check that out. I'd love to see how you're doing what you're doing. How are you doing your online, by the way? That's definitely one place where I'm still totally oblivious. I mean, I've tried to experiment with different online stuff, and it's just been so challenging. Especially for like platformer physics and stuff. That's definitely been like the hardest part about trying to do online. Every time I get a little bit of free time from the game, I end up spending that time just trying to learn online and prototype it. Someone made an open source online engine for Game Maker. Oh, that's sweet. What? Can that guy also do the same thing for Unity? Can someone call him and be like, hey man, Unity games really need open source online engines. Would you mind? And it handles your latency and all that stuff for you really well. You just tell it what variables to sing. So are you hosting your own server somewhere? You host a mediation server. It is UDP hole punching, and the engine pairs people up. And so once they're paired up, I'm guessing it's P2P or peer-to-peer. Alright guys, we got the first frame down. Here's Anara whipping out her deadly dagger. Her deadly, deadly assassin dagger. Pretty sweet frame right there. So once this pairs them up, it's P2P. Cool. So yeah, so for your mediation server, what are you using to host it? Okay, we're gonna grab her actual head here to start filling this. Oops, not where I wanted to put that head. Let's put the head over here. So we're gonna bring all this forward. So just like Jade's animation, she'll be leading a lot more forward in this frame. Possibly. It's starting to look kind of bad though. Man, Getter is just a jar file running on a web server. Awesome. Imagine that's definitely keeping your costs down. Yeah, I've seen a couple of solutions I think I might be able to do where I use kind of this, basically the same thing. Have a matchmaking server hosted somewhere that just connects players, and then use peer-to-peer networking so that they can fight each other in Skyhook. What I can't seem to figure out yet is dealing with the latency issues, syncing up the locations of players, the speed of players. Like I had actually a prototype project running that runs Skyhook on a network, but the problem is the characters are so unsynced. Like they're so different. Like their positions are so different. Even using all the different, I tried like photons positioning stuff. I tried Unity's positioning stuff. I've tried like different things to like lerp the positions to where they are, and they're just it's so different. Different in like so wrong. I mean, like it's so incorrectly positioned. And I'm like so lost in that regard. So hopefully you guys are starting to see this animation kind of come together and see how different it looks once it's actually got a little bit of touch in it, a little bit of polish in it. What I am seeing that's super obvious while working on all these characters is that very soon they're going to need ground and air animations because it's just not working out having one for both. I think for the first launch I won't do it, but I mean for the first release of melee attacks I won't do it, but definitely in the future I want to get to that. I'm kind of hacking it right now by always making their feet off the ground when they're performing their melee attack. And knowing actual time constraints, it's probably never going to get done. And it's going to release in the final version with always having their feet off the ground during melee attacks. But hey, that's okay. It's budget constraints, right? Matt Getter, the clients assume they are correct and the server sends corrections. Interesting. Do you get a lot of like the players like rubber banding and stuff because of that? So online is something I would definitely love to have in the game. The other day, a buddy of mine we were playing Duck Game together, and it was just like such a great feeling to be able to just play this game online with other people whenever I wanted to. You know, like I want that for my game. With a game like Skyhook, you could have clients and controller inputs, and then the server would move the players around. It's interesting. So the clients would send their input across to the network, and the network would then simulate that input on everyone's local machine. Which is essentially what happens when you're playing locally. It's just the server is the game, and the input's coming from each controller rather than different computers. That's really interesting, Mad Getter. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Send input to the server, not send positions. Huh. And you also, are you familiar with, yeah, it still doesn't fix the ping issues. Are you familiar with the idea of like rendering the other players in the past or something like that? I read a lot about that in like different networking talks and stuff. The players you're looking at are always rendered in the past. So I'm trying to overlap her cape a little bit here on these tiny little spiky parts. So when the cape goes forward, the pieces drag behind. Itachi, you've got some references to Path of Exile. Mad get up with the players move immediately. Clients move and correct themselves when needed. But you haven't had too many issues with lag, to be honest. Mad Getter, as long as you are openly sending what is needed and when it is needed. Predictive mode, lockstep mode. This little article from Path of Exile. Cool. Awesome. Guys, thank you so much for these resources. Sweet, I'm going to have to take a look at these. Man, I didn't realize you guys knew so much about networking in the chat. I'm so glad you guys are here. It's awesome. One of the hardest part about being a solo indie dev is I don't get to chat with too many other indie devs. So yeah, thanks so much, guys. Sure, we got the shadow of the sword kind of going over her body. Gonna make sure we save. Mad Getter with client prediction, the ping can be high and it will feel smooth still. Interesting. 1K plus ping, Itachi, are you serious? Holy crap. So that's the mode. Actions appear to occur immediately but can get out of sync. While things appear to happen immediately, the actual actions are still delayed. Interesting. Yeah, that's when you in Call of Duty think you think you shot somebody, but their client didn't. Yeah, like their client didn't detect it. So is that what you guys recommend for a game like Skyhook? Client predictive? Client prediction. Let's not forget her red belt. Belt is a little bit too bright back there. I'm gonna leave it dark red. Mad Guy recommend sending control inputs. Taxi, I need both. The server version is gospel. The client prediction is used to make the immediate control feedback. Gotcha. Yeah, one of my top secret, like I don't want to tell anybody because I don't want them to be disappointed when I'm not able to pull it off. But I do want to, while I'm home this holiday at my parents' house, I want to, experiment a little bit more with online stuff. I mean, I've still got a ton of other work to do on the game, but it would be time well spent, I think, just to figure out if I can or can't do it, at least with my current skill set. But it's definitely awesome to, meet you guys who have had experience with it before, so I can ask you questions when I get lost. Run into problems with port forwarding. Is that when you need the client to connect to the matchmaking server? That's a little bit too drastic here on the cape. Yeah, actually, so Madigator, the Unity has some built-in networking stuff that I think does the UDP pole punching for you. As long as I think you can just give it the server to connect to, and it'll deal with that. And yeah, players definitely shouldn't have to modify their routers to get on the game. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. But yeah, I think so. Unity's built-in networking has some stuff where you can, yeah, it does all like the UDP connections for you. I believe. Anyone, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I obviously don't know that much about networking. But at least from what I've read so far, that's what it seems like. I'm guessing the networking plugin you use, MadGetter, already had all that stuff figured out for you in GameMaker. Just going to steal this leg to save time. Still watching for general leg shapes. He released it with the MIT license. Cool, cool, cool. Check this out. GMet engine. Oh, GameMaker Net engine. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably look at this for some ideas on what to do in Unity as well. Have either of you guys, Atoxy, MadGetter, have you guys looked at like Unity's networking stuff? You got it, Ron? Dude, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the advice on online networking. You are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a great holiday. Hopefully I'll see you after the holidays or after the New Year's, whenever you're free again to hang out on stream. Thank you so much for the networking knowledge. Hopefully I can put some of that to use. And yeah, best of luck with your game as well. Can't wait to see you streaming. Let me know. We could start maybe a little community of Towerfall inspired games here on Twitch. Take care. Take care, MadGetter. Alright guys, seeing a big pop here in the legs, which we don't want, so I'm going to shift all of these legs a little bit over, maybe 2 over, like TWO, maybe 1 over. I don't want to pop, but I do want some easing. So it eases out of that pose and eases in, and then pushes to the next pose and then eases in there. Get some of the shading in this arm. Her waist should be higher up on this pose, because this is when she's lunging forward, and then the waist comes down here, so. The cape goes up as her body comes down, and her body goes up as the cape settles. We need a little bit more here, so shift cape should flap this way. There we go. Want a little bit more of that overlap on the cape. There we go. You guys see a little overlap happening right there on the cape. Little corner flaps up. So Toxie, it seems like you've had some experience working with online networking stuff in games. So adding little bits of highlight to the cape. Gives it that extra bit of a silhouette, a little bit of an outline. So when you were young, you used L2J open source. Is that like an online open source thing? Gotta get the little cutouts of the cape here. Maybe make them drag a little bit more. Actually starting to look like her doing a thing, which is really exciting. Once that really crappy shaded pixel art turns into really decent looking pixel art. Oh, Lineage 2. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, if you had said Lineage 2, I would have known. Uh, so Lineage 2 was made in Java. So you're almost a pro. That's awesome. It's good to know. That's awesome because I get to, share my Unity stuff with you, and then you get to share all this crazy network knowledge with me. This is fantastic. I'm loving streaming on Twitch so far. Mostly because of you guys. Okay, so here, her leg goes back, and then her knee shifts forward, but that foot isn't moving, which doesn't look good. So we want to shift forward, I want to shift up. Okay, and then she lands. Still in an ambiguous foot pose. So you can't tell if she's grounded or not. I'm going to steal this foot and use it here. Where am I? Here. So I'm going to shift it all over a frame. So it looks like she should have dark blue outline on her feet here, according to that first pose. She's got nice big Kingdom Hearts feet. Ataxia, yeah, it's definitely a lot of work if you want to do it from scratch. Well, that's why I'm hoping to kind of lean on Unity's built-in networking stuff. I mean, it looks fairly decent. I don't know I don't personally know too many developers, or I've had a chance to talk to too many developers who've actually used it for a real commercial project. I've definitely seen people who've used it for, for fun and for side projects, but like something actually commercially viable where like the server costs aren't crazy. Like, it'd be great to talk to somebody like that. That's one of my biggest fears is just how am I going to support the server costs? I mean, I'm assuming they'll be fairly low because it'll be just for matchmaking, but there'll still be some cost for sure, right? Start to get our hand back on model here because it's not supposed to be exaggerated anymore. So here we want our scarf to be a little bit lower, so enough room for shading. So using some framework like Madigator did is what you should do. You've just used the Unity stuff for matchmaking, or sorry, there's a little bit of a delay from when I get to see you guys' chat from when I ask a question or something. So $50 to $70 a month. Oh, you were saying not to the server cost. Gotcha, gotcha. That's not terrible. Would that be for like what, like a Windows server? Here we go. Just looking at animating her scarf now. Animating her hand. Coming across. I'm gonna look at the arc of that hand because it's, yep, not working. Again, if you guys remember arcs, it's the position of an area of the body through the movement. So here, the hand goes from here to there, and then stays around there, and then it comes back around. Now we want to bring it through here. Before, what it was doing, it was coming down here, and then snapping up here, and then going straight down here. So that arc was looking like that. Now we can just bring it through, so it's a nice smooth movement. Moving it around in edit mode and looking at it in playback. Maybe try a little blur here. See how that works for us. Toxia, you got a link here to some dedicated servers. ovh.ie. Interesting. Would you recommend these guys for... Oh, it looks like this is European based. Would you recommend these guys for dedicated servers, game servers? Linux would be like 200 plus? Goodness. That's insane. I do not want to pay 200 plus. So the arc's still not working. Looking at it in playback, maybe if I bring it lower, further. I think what's happening is the arm is just a little bit too big. Shrink that down, look at the arc again. Now that I have a blur, I can move this around a little bit to get an even nicer arc within the blur. Again, just not afraid to rip the animation apart, move body parts around. We'll leave that there for now. Looks like the frame before this needs more work than it has. That's kind of ruining how we can decide on these relationships between the frames. So here, her arm shouldn't be this far forward. I'm going to bring that back, tone this stuff down. Steal this face. Head forward, we'll delete this face. Plop in the old face. There we go. So we got a little bit of a moving hold here as she leans forward and catches up. Looking at the arm here from frame to frame, making sure the volume makes sense. Making sure it's actually moving forward. Maybe animate her hair. Oof, such pixel art. Itachi, they have game servers with DDoS protection, or DDoS protection. That's pretty good. You've heard people use them. You're not recommending it, just linking a reference. Yeah, no, totally. I appreciate it. Have you heard of like Photon Cloud and those resources? Where they like host the servers for you? Their costs are pretty crazy. I imagine one of the biggest downsides to having your own online game servers is now you have to be in charge of them day and night. Like if something goes wrong with your servers at 3, 4 in the morning, it's on you. So make her hair go down here. Hey Ranhu, what's going on? How was your flight? Did you make it safely to France? What are you doing here on stream, man? Shouldn't you be hanging out with your fam? I'm just kidding. You're always welcome here, of course. Run, if you're just catching up with us on stream here, we are animating Anara's melee attack. We finished Jade yesterday. Everything was awesome. You had your iPad and saw you streaming. No way! Oh, no worries. Thank you so much for coming by. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't see you till the New Year's, or see you, read you. Same thing, right? But yeah, I totally thought I wouldn't get to talk to you till the New Year. So yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming by, even if it's for a short amount of time. Yeah, definitely by the end of today, all 4 characters will have their melee attacks in the beta. And maybe if there's some bonus time and I'm not completely tired, I'll even do Grimlock today too. I don't know. How crazy can we get today? But yeah, dude, I'm glad to hear you got to France safe and sound. We were just spent most of the chat talking about online networking. Toxie and Mad Getter were giving me some awesome advice on, solving online networking problems for games. Hopefully, we could take some of that. Hopefully, I can take some of those lessons and apply them to this game. Get some online action going sometime in the future. Got her belt here. Put some red back in the belt finally. Ranu Grimlock is awesome. Thanks, man. Yeah, he's so sweet. Giant pink crab. Just gotta love him. Itachi, the Photon guys will overstate the prices since they're offering easy connect and stuff. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like buying prepackaged food versus like buying like pre-cut vegetables versus just buying raw vegetables and cutting it yourself. It's like you can choose to do that and save yourself all this time and effort, but it's going to cost you quite a premium. Or you can just do it yourself. It'll be cheaper, but it's going to be more work. It's definitely tough to decide where on that spectrum I should go. And it's of course tempting being a developer to figure it out and do it on my own. But what I really want to do is what's best for the game, So whatever that is, I'll do it. I'll do it, guys. I'll do it. So one thing I like to do a lot in my animation is add little shading over the body when body parts like the arm come over it. So like here you can see the arm swings. So I have that shading here for the sword. And then here the arm is over this way, so I have a little bit of shading here on the legs. And then finally here as the arm swings around, I'll shade all of these areas. As that shadow from the arm gets casted onto the legs. Probably no one will ever notice it, but something I like to do a lot in my animations. Ranhu's style, yeah. So what's great about Grimlock is, I was actually just telling someone this yesterday, is I got to animate him, 2 years after animating all these other characters. So I got to really, really push his style, push his animation. So it's really exciting. Have her blink here on the land and the recovery. Make sure her mouthpiece is right on each frame. How are we looking, guys? How's it looking? What do you guys think so far? Turn off onion skin here because I don't need that. I didn't even realize it was on. Don't want to accidentally grab the wrong colors from somewhere. Make sure we save. Take a look at all these relationships. Make sure everything is as we want. Almost there with Anara's melee animation. Looking for holes. I see one, a big hole right there, literally, in her body. Making sure the body parts are relatively on model in certain areas. Making sure the cape stays generally this right volume across the different animations. She's moving quite a bit. I'm noticing already that the arc on the shoulder here is a little weird. I think it's because this frame is just too far forward. Okay, the head is pretty off model here. Let's fix that. Same here. Because our next frame is going to go right into her idle pose. We're going to make sure we have all the frames right, or all the, sorry, lighting right in her mouth. Looks like her head pulls back too far right here. So she blinks. Let's have her blink a little bit more forward. I could have this face go 1 pixel forward. Maybe not. It's kind of nice that she turns her head. Let's bring this back and take a look at that again. What do you guys think? How's it looking? Just make sure the lighting on her head stays the same throughout the animation. Her hair gets a little bit too big on this frame. I think her head just might be off model there, because it gets a little bit big. I can't tell if that's right or wrong. Nah, no blur needed. So I think what's happening is her face is getting a little bit big on these blink frames. There we go. That's a lot more to the right scale of her body. Of her original body, I mean. So let's push all this up. So her scarf isn't quite that big. See a little bit of a pop of color right there. that we maybe don't want. I see it again right here. It's a little bit too much red through that area. Here we go, looking at the animation, seeing if we missed any spots. Seeing some pops in the shading on the leg. Just because this shading's a little bit off right there. It's looking pretty cool. Might want to have some just residual particles, so it goes chink, and then these just go forward. So just that one little particle right there for that sword effect. Now let's push these, since we did them small, let's push these to even bigger. Gonna push these even bigger. Always pushing stuff, always pushing stuff. Because remember, in game it's gonna be so small, it's gonna be so unnoticeable. Gonna push this even bigger. Remember, it can't hurt to push stuff because we could always look at it in game and be like, oh, you know what? We should pull that back a little bit. Add some of the outline from the sword slash there. Not necessarily good. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of those outlines. Didn't like them. I'm going to save this. Export it. I'm going to jump into Jade really quick. Since we're in a big pushing phase. I'm going to push some more stuff. I'm going to push all of these effects for Jade. I'm going to push her slash. Gonna make her arm even bigger here. There we go, gigantic arm when she slashes. Just brightening up her arm so it's more visible. Toxie, you just thought about it. I think you should have thought about multiplayer as start of development. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Things like Photon will not be usable for you at all. Yeah, that's the thing. When I tried to prototype some online multiplayer, I realized like, every asset of the game was pretty much not made. Every aspect of the game was made without multiplayer in mind. So it's going to be incredibly challenging if I try to do it. The reality is like when I started this game, it was like my first like commercial project. So I was like, you know what, I'm not going to do online multiplayer for this game. That would be crazy. And now here I am years later. I'm like, I kind of want to do online multiplayer for this game. Let's export this to Jade. Pushed her claws a little bit more. See if we can do the same for Finn. I think I pushed his quite a bit this morning. I had his little bit of a hit effect for him. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so we've got Anara now. Doing her thing. I'm going to tone this down just a bit. Move it out. See if we can make a little bit better of a hit effect here. Added in some greens here. Let's fix that up. Okay, let's save this out. Let's check her out in game. So we are playtesting Anara's melee attack. It's pretty sweet. So that little puff of smoke that happens isn't really good for hers. You should be a little bit more forward. And the effect from the sword is actually not reading. It's looking like her sword is still there. These effects aren't really working. Let's try that again. Okay. Still, these effects here are looking like the sword is still there. I might have just pushed them too much, which is always good. Just pulling them back now. It's tough. I wonder if they should even... I think the first thing that's hurting it is the shading on the slash here. This needs to be brighter, because it's looking just like she's waving a giant scythe around. Gonna lower the angle on the sword. I wonder if I should, let's try something crazy. Let's carry this sword over to the next frame. We'll shrink it, we'll rotate it. Let's try this on for size. Hey Regathian, how's it going? Maybe make the motion more extreme, like having him twist his body around and looking backwards diagonally as he extends his arm for the slash. Huh, I see what you mean. Let's see what we can do there. So more of a twist here. Ah yes, Ataxi is right. This is actually a female character, but that's all good. So we'll have her twist her body around, looking more diagonally. Yeah, I think you might be right. Let's see if I could achieve that. Oops. Pixelhead hates me. So that should happen. Let's see. We'll move all of this forward. Move all of this forward. We'll move all of this forward. Which, like, that basically in pixel art gives the illusion that she's twisting. Lack of gigantic boobs had you confused. Yeah, Regathian, that's very much intentional. But no worries. Not too worried about. Luckily the gender makes no difference as to how we're going to animate her sword attack, which I think you make a really good point on. I think already just shifting some of this stuff forward is making the animation a little bit more dynamic. Now he's got to make it actually come back properly. Hey, Shen Knight, how's it going? The first frame is confusing. Look like she's holding the sword upside down. Huh, interesting. I guess what I was going for was that she's holding it kind of like a dagger, so like in stabby mode. But I see what you mean. Let's first see about this twisting here. Gathian, when doing this kind of slash, you normally take a step forward from a starting position, so her right leg ends up forward as the body twists around. Ah, I see what you mean. So maybe, let's see, how can we get that across? So what will happen, I guess it's not as apparent in the animation yet though, but what will happen in game is that she will step forward in game, but let's see if we can work some of that into the animation as well. Yeah, it's going to be tough. So what happens is during their slashes or their melee attacks, they all slide forward. So if I make her actually step in the animation, it's going to look like she's stepping and sliding, like slipping on ice. But I think already with leaning her body forward more and making it turn around more is really helping push this animation. I'm going to move all of this over because she's now turning her head back from a more extreme position. And how far can we push this? Even more? That means this needs to go forward even more. I wonder if she should keep her eyes open. What do you think, Regathian? If you put the point of impact at the same frame as her putting the right foot down, I don't think you'd be able to tell if the left leg skids along the ground a bit. See, so do you mean... What we can do is... So we can start raising this foot. Bring this foot forward. So it steps down and then goes forward there. So you want to have it step down a little bit more forward. Oh, Regathian, you're imagining more extreme leg movements than what I have. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I want. If I want to make... Trying to see if I could make the same thing come across with simpler leg movements than adding like too much movements to her legs. But let's see. I mean, you might be right. It might require more leg movements than what we have right now. So these are actually overlapping, which we don't want. They should go in more. There's the cape here. So I think we're getting a little bit more of a step forward. And what's tough too is we're also trying to keep this as a universal air, like a universal air animation as well. But her head is bobbing around way too much here. Or the eyes? Yeah, the eyes are on the... Gotta move all this over. Whoa. Regathin, when you say more extreme leg movements, do you mean like her raising her leg up even higher, or just even more footwork, like more steps in the footwork? Okay, let's take a look at that in-engine. So here you guys can see it with a little bit more movement. Oh. Am I making a backhand slash? Yeah, it's kind of it was supposed to be a backhand slash. I don't know if it's reading very much in the animation, but yeah, that wasn't my original intention. It was like she's holding the dagger like this and slashing it along her forearm. So yeah, you're totally right, Regathian. So it looks like here there's no hilt to the sword. If you want a remedy. And then here you can't see her hand anymore. Normally the backhand slash is used to show off the back of the character in the extended position. Normally the backhand slash is used to show off the back of the character. I see. So you mean like we should be seeing a lot less of her body and more of her back? Yeah. Let's see. So do you feel like the character should turn around even more in the animation? They look weird when the shoulder is pointing back, since you can't get any range or forcing slash without rotating your body. Yeah, you're totally right. I'm actually like cheating by stretching her arm out way further. But that's why, because it needs to be forward for the backslash. Get it, backslash? So you'd also begin with the knife pointing upwards in the starting frame to sell the fact that she's using a backhand hold. If you take out a knife with the backhand hold, how do you mean it would point up? I'm curious. I do see that you're right that it would help to clear out the silhouette for sure. But if it's pointing upwards, I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. It looks more like she's holding it like this then, right? I don't know if you guys can see my hand in the camera. See a little bit too much red somewhere. Ah, didn't even do anything. Basically, if you extend your arm out back to prepare, your knife would be pointing diagonally outwards and up. So like, let's see. Try to see if I can find some good reference for what it is I'm trying to do exactly. Yeah, the reason I raised the fist way above the shoulder was because if I lower it, then I lose a silhouette unless, yeah, like you said, I point the knife upwards. But with the knife upwards, it almost looks like she's just like... So what I'm trying to go for is, I guess, more of like a stabby pose. So maybe am I animating the swing wrong? Ah, I know where I could find... Hold on. I think I know what I'm trying to create. Halo animation stab. Let's see. I think Will Christensen did an animation similar to what I'm trying to do. Yeah, and I think you guys are making some good points. Hey, Stock, what's going on? Maybe whip it out like a neck slash versus coming upwards. Do you mean like slashing upwards like that? I think what's going to have to happen though is if we change the slash, then we're going to have to first move on to the next character, just so we have at least this as a placeholder in the game. And then, oops, lost my video. And then move back to Anara to fix her slash. Draw the knife from her left side and extend it out into a stab. See, I thought there was something in here with Master Chief stabbing. Yeah, here we go. Well, no, that's more of a legit stab. I thought there was a good pose from here that I was trying to replicate. These animations are so good. Oh, that wasn't it. Alright, but yeah, guys, I think you guys are right. I think her stab isn't working right now. I think for the sake of time, we're going to move on to Runa's and then we'll come back to Anara's afterwards. Just so we don't run out of the entire stream today and only have one character done. So I'm just going to save this, hide her for now, and open up Runa. So I'm thinking Runa's right now is going to be just a big old punch. So it'll be a lot like Jade's, where she's just like, you know, take a step back, anticipates the punch, and then just punches forward. Yeah, homework for next week, watch animation like crazy. You're absolutely right, Regathian. Just get a better idea for combat poses and stuff. Where's my stylus? Alright, so here we go. We need to get Runa into the game before we run out of time. So let's start crunching. So Runa, I'm going to open up Jade again for reference. So Runa is going to take a step back. Find the right layer, okay. So her giant legs here. She's going to wind up a punch. She doesn't have another arm, so we'll never see it. By the way, guys, I really appreciate the feedback. It's super helpful because I'm mostly just animating this stuff blind. So yeah, the feedback is actually really helpful. So please don't hold back. Be totally honest if you see stuff not working while I'm working. Almost every battle in Naruto has at least one backhand slash. Yeah, it's a really good point. I need to watch a little bit of Naruto to get into the slash mode. Maybe just some of the classic episodes. Here we go. A big ol' fist. And a big ol' lunge forward. It's going to be very much like Jade's pose. She flies through the air. She's going to recover. And get back into idle. Okay, not looking too good right now. Always starts off not looking too good. Their kunai has mostly the same shape as your knife, so it should be a really good reference. Yeah, I think that's what I was kind of trying to recreate. Was when in Naruto they used the little kunai blades to slash each other. So yeah, I'm gonna have to watch a little bit of that this weekend for sure. Nah, that is looking silly. It's looking like she's like wailing her hand. It's not looking too much like a punch. So that's the problem. The problem is because we're working on air punches. It's kind of the footwork's kind of funny. Because like, how do you punch and launch yourself forward in the air? It's not really possible, but it's fake kung fu rules. Generally, if you punch someone in the air, you wouldn't fly forward 10 feet. Or would you? Just to recap, so I could compare mentally, the other characters, we got Finn, he bites. We've got Jade, she slashes. We've got Anara, who kind of does a fake backstab right now, or a backslash, which we'll work on in the future. And so next up we've got Runa, who maybe punches. Did I draw that on the wrong layer somewhere? Weird, I'm missing some frames. Whatever. Oh wait, no, I deleted those, yeah. So step back, and it's kind of the same thing. She should step forward. But it's going to be a step forward in the air. In the air, you'd go for a more diagonal punch, focusing more on the body rotation. That's how fighting game do their air punches. What do you mean by a diagonal punch? So the problem is, the reason I'm saying it's in the air, you are right though, I need to get her body rotating as well in this punch, is that they use the same animation for when they're in the air and when they're in the ground. So it needs to like kind of work for both. Some skip the body rotation and then it looks like they're just holding the arm out waiting for something to touch it. Yeah, that's a good point. Regathian, it's good to have you here, man. Expert on some locomotion, which is awesome. Appreciate it. Bring her forward. Then she'll have to land. And recover. The body isn't leading forward in the air, then the punch comes straight forward. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, you're totally right. The rotation will help sell it. I gotta keep that in mind when I do these kind of moves, because I keep, like you said, just having them forward, and then it's like their fist is just waiting for someone to hit it. Just keep it rotating. She'll have to bring her arm around. You just can't use the legwork to enhance the effect when you use the same kind of punch on the ground and in the air. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Like, I can't use like step forwards and stuff really. Some kind of dash effect? How do you mean? Just bring your body down. Like dust particles on the ground. Yeah, no, you're totally right. What I should do is, like, if you're on the ground, then the entire time you're sliding, dust just keeps spawning behind you. So it's like you're just like skidding across the ground. Alright, we've got big old punchy punch here. Let's see how this looks. We're gonna, we'll just fill it in today. Just straight up silhouette style. Then we could really see, is this working right now in game as just a pure silhouette. Should she have like a freaking force on her punch. The Mega Man X dash trail could also be cool, drawing the last 3 or 4 frames that the dash happens. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. We already have that system in the game as well. When the characters dodge in the game, I use that same Mega Man X dash trail, so yeah, you can turn that on. Once again, not enough frames, or sorry, not enough room in the frame for all this motion, because this is just getting cut off. It's just getting cut off as a square. So I could draw this out as like a little Hadouken ball. Let's save this out as not Jade. This is Runa's. See what that looks like. Let me set the characters all to Runa. What's going on in the chat, guys? How you guys doing? Everybody working on their projects, working at their day jobs, getting ready for Christmas. Anybody got any screenshots to share of any of their recent work? Okay. Seeing a little bit of it, and it's not looking terrible. The white flash is a little too quick to disappear. Basically, I think it needs to be on this frame. Like just disappearing. And then we can adjust that as we go. We might tone this down a little bit later too. Or tone it up! Regathian working on a procedurally generated Zelda style game? You kidding me? Sweet, check this out, guys. Scales of Legend. That's an awesome name. Is that a dungeon generator? Very cool, very, very, very cool. Oh man. Oh, okay, so there are rooms. Cool. Like from this perspective, you could almost think it's like a maze, and you gotta like solve the maze. From this perspective, you can tell that there's gonna be rooms. You're gonna go inside them. Dude, that's insane. And I see the Zelda like kind of tile set too. Oh man, can we solve this maze, guys? I know it's not supposed to be a maze. Oh, there's a little Zelda character. Oh, you are using the actual Zelda tile sets. Let's solve this maze. Boop doo, I'm a Link. So you gotta go here. Hey. Why can't you see anything? Oops, I was on the eraser. So you gotta go here. And then you gotta go here. And then you gotta go here. Regathian, I'm gonna make the maze not be solvable. It's missing the stairs. No way. I'll make up my own stairs. Hold on. Wait, where's the exit? Let's just say the exit is here. We gotta get there. Just looking ahead a few moves. Can't go down here. So you gotta go up here. And then we'll go down here and here and here. Over here and here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, was there an actual exit that I totally missed? No. I made up my own exit. Solved it. Official strategy guide for Scales of Legend. Guys, this is how you beat the Water Temple. You know how I'm gonna solve it, Toxie? I'm gonna make my own exit point. That's how I'm gonna solve it. That's how I solve everything in life. Regathian, this is awesome though. Very cool stuff. What are you using to develop in? Alright guys, let's start cleaning up. Not cleaning up, let's start pixeling some of this stuff. We're gonna rotate her forward as per Regathian's suggestions, which are damn good suggestions. Never actually look at the back of Runa's head. I have no idea what's back there. C# and monogame, very cool, very cool. You began with Unity, but procedure generation and making good use of the Unity editor is next to impossible. Yeah, that's a very good point. That's awesome, dude. You seem to know a lot about like animation and stuff too. You've been doing the game stuff for a while? She leans back here. I wonder if she should lean her head up or lean her head down. I don't think up is working too well. I'm going to keep that over here for safekeeping. Just drop a head over there. I'm going to replace it with this head. Forget you've been making games since '98. Narcos vs. Zombies, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. That's a while. Toxie, you are old. I also have been a dev for a long time, but I just got into games recently. That's awesome, Narcos. Yeah, you've definitely got a great eye for this kind of stuff, Regathian. Very much appreciate all of the help. What about the rest of you guys? What is everybody working on in chat? Doesn't have to be game related. It could be software. Could be malware. Hopefully you guys aren't working on malware. Looks like she's about to throw something. We're definitely going to fix up that fist later on. Narcos, can you check out my build? What am I working on? Yeah, what are we working on the stream? Like the game, you mean? Totally. This is Skyhook. Let's jump into the main menu here. This is a game where you fight with grappling hooks. It's out now on Steam Early Access. So I'll jump into the game right now. There are Windows 10 developers here. Very funny, Atoxy. Actually, I might be setting this game up for Windows 10 as well. So, awkward. But, what was I saying? Let me switch to this computer. Yeah, so, Narcos, this is the game. If you haven't seen it before, it's a game where you fight with grappling hooks. You can play as one of 4 characters. Right now, I'm Jade the Cat. You use your grappling hook here to swing around, and you also use it to kill each other. So I'm going to start a match here, and I'll show you the game. Regathian, just rotate the body, keep the fist around the shoulder for the wind-up. Ryu in Street Fighter could be a good reference. Yeah, that's a good point. I actually have that on my other screen. I need to take a look at that. Oh, just got killed by the computer. This is a local multiplayer game, but you can play against AI, as I am doing here. And I just got sliced by Anara. Oh, wow. Totally lost. Not a great showing as a developer, huh? Alright, let's do this again. Pay more attention. There are mounts in the game, like the Griffin here, that shoots lightning. Oh, wrong way. Going down, guys. See ya. And see ya. Aw. And aw. So you can use a grappling hook to swing around. You can kill people with them. You can swing onto the mounts with them. Oh, that was a nice slice in slow motion. Thanks. Yeah, nice art style. Thanks, Narcos. Yeah, it's arena style. There's different game modes. We're playing deathmatch right now. And Finn, computer, takes the lead, wins the game. You love the look. Thanks, Regathian. Yep, I did all the art, all the in-game art myself. Appreciate it. I'll do one more match for you guys. Catherine Murray did the loading screen. Super talented artist. There we go. Wiping the computer right now. Mopping the floor with them.
Fish? Did somebody say fish?
Hey, oh no, I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss it. ADM Gamer, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the crew. You are watching Skyhook Development as I slice that ninja in the face as a pirate cat. This is Skyhook. It's a game where you fight with grappling hooks. It's out now on Steam Early Access. And for everyone who's just discovering the game, it is on sale right now for the Steam Winter Sale. 50% off. So please check it out on Steam. I'm going to do another quick test match here. Narcos, I've been working on this game for 1 year and 8 months, or 1 year and 9 months, something like that. Almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years in March, and I just lost. Or fell off. I started it in March 2014. Got greenlit in January, or no, got greenlit in February of this year, and came out in early access in May.
Fish? Did somebody say fish?
Hey, Narcos, welcome to the crew. Thank you for the follow. And so yeah, I'm aiming for a Q1 full release on Steam, and then console shortly after. Just got killed by the computer. Let's do it. Let's do one more stage. I'll show you guys King's Fall, my personal favorite stage, because it's got these flying airships that shoot cannons. No, the computer got the ship. No, not anymore. So if you guys have played some arena games before, you've never played one like this, where every character has a grappling hook, and you can get onto these mounts, like the Griffin, and best of all, you can play as a shark or play as a cat. Man, I'm really appreciating the melee combat right now. Ah, just almost got eaten by Finn right there. So all the melee attacks you guys are seeing, Jade doing this slash here, Finn biting, It's all brand new. We started doing it on stream last week, or actually this week. Yeah, Monday. It's crazy. All right, let's get back to work, guys. We are working on the last melee animation for Runa, the tough Viking. Not a very good frame there. Just gonna undo all that. I want to try to keep each frame as appealing as possible. Awesome, Narcos. I'm glad you're loving the game. Thanks for hanging out in the stream today. Is everybody who's celebrating Christmas out there, get ready for the holidays? You got all your gifts and stuff. Hope no one is planning on going shopping today because it's going to be madhouse out there. Alright, let's work on this little wind up. Let's actually pull up some Ryu reference. Narcos, you're broke right now, and you'll buy it when you... you're broke right now, but definitely will promote it with your friends. Awesome. Appreciate it. No worries if you're broke right now. But yeah, just getting the word out there, getting more people to know about the game. Super helpful. Thank you so much. Really, really, really appreciate that. Let's look at some Ryu animations. As per Ragathian's suggestion, and he's absolutely right. He or she. Sorry guys, I don't mean to impose gender on you. Let's go to Ryu sprite sheet. Narcos, we do have a Facebook fan page. It is facebook.com/skyhookgame. I'll toss it right here into chat and I'll make sure it works also. Yep, there it is. That's our Facebook page. I'll be posting updates there all the time. Which you just reminded me I should probably post an update about the Steam sale. Just looking at Ryu's animations here. So we can find some stuff that's helpful for us. I think Ragathian also suggested Balrog. Oh yeah, he's a boxer, right. So the thing is that most of the Street Fighter games don't actually have any anticipation frames at all. Right? So as soon as you press A, the character's fist is already forward. Since they are fighting games. See what we could do here. Runa is one of the oldest characters in the game, and definitely one of the ones who could very much benefit from a makeover or a redo, but fortunately, we just gotta keep pushing forward, guys, to get this game out the door, get it released. Copy all of this. She also has one of the most complex costumes with all her belts and skirts and all this stuff. Ragathian, the heavy attacks usually have one wind-up frame. Oh, cool. Okay, I didn't know that. Sweet. No need to apologize, Narcos. What's the question? Will it be local or online multiplayer? That is a great question and a very common question. It is local. It's local only right now on Steam. There are plans to try online. I'm not 100% sure yet since I'm working on the game by myself. But yeah, we were actually chatting about that on stream today, and Itoxy and who was it before that was giving me great advice? Itoxy and I'm scrolling up. Mad Getter, yeah. Itoxy and Mad Getter were giving me awesome advice on kind of the possibilities of implementing online multiplayer. That's gonna be an interesting challenge since I'm working on the game by myself, but I'm definitely open to trying it out or trying to put it in the game. But yeah, definitely no guarantees there yet. But it is a pretty fun local game if you have some friends around or if you can get it on console. Oh gosh, she looks like her leg is breaking off of her body. I'd actually love to get you guys' feedback in chat about that. If a game is local only, are you more likely to buy it if it's on console? Or is it, even if it's on console, do you still feel like it should have online? Oh, Narcos, you deving yourself. Awesome. You chose local multiplayer because it scares you. Uh, just because it scares you with correctly syncing AI enemies and lag content. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Local multiplayer online is scary as hell. It's all kinds of scary. I mean, just online multiplayer, like non-turn-based online multiplayer is just so scary to me. But yeah, Mad Getter was hanging out earlier in chat, and he's just got his online multiplayer game greenlit. So definitely, come by next time for a stream. I'm sure he'll be by too, and then we could talk to him about probably get some advice from him about online stuff. You're also one man army. Awesome, Narcos. What's your game? Do you have any like a trailer for it or something? Welcome to the one man army club. We have bottle service and um, I don't know what are other cool things that people would want. Free pizza. I'm just gonna stop while I'm ahead. Yeah, Narco is probably better to make it local co-op and just add online later on. Do you think you'll ever try to tackle online with your game? So I think I have some decent legs for her here. Just gonna put that over there. Go grab another one. No trailer yet, Narcos. It's a 2D side-scroller shooter about a zombie apocalypse and a group of cartel survivors. That's awesome. You're starting deving it like 2 months and a half, so it's pretty early. That's cool, that's cool. You're streaming it, sweet. Cool. I'll check out your stream. When do you usually stream? Drop you that follow. How do I follow you? Boom. Drop you that follow real quick. When are you normally streaming your game dev stuff? Yeah, these little chicken nugget legs. Every day from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Is that, what time zone? Is that Eastern, Pacific, something else? Man, you're deving a lot on stream. That's awesome. Sorry, I got a little quiet. I started really focusing on the art and forgot I was totally forgot I was streaming. Uh, you're in Mexico time, so 1 hour behind the Texas time zone. Okay, cool. So that's like 1 hour behind Central time. Cool. Yeah, I'll check out your stream today. Yeah, really cool. It'll be fun to see another local multiplayer game being developed. We local multi guys gotta stick together through thick and multi-thin. So what we got here, again, making sure her costume is staying on model, which it's not right now. What's going on, guys? Thanks for the follow, of course, Narcos. It's 3:11 for you right now? Yeah, it's 4:11 for me, so you're 1 hour behind. My stream got you out of bed? That's awesome. Good to hear, good to hear. Gotta get out of bed, gotta get to that game dev. The game won't dev itself, Narcos. The game won't dev itself. And if it did, then that would be awesome. We just lay back and relax while the game just made itself. Can you imagine? It would never make bugs. Cool. So you said like every day starting at 3, right? So you're probably going to start streaming soon. Oh, my music's dead. What does it mean? Does it mean it's over? Does it mean it's all over? That's great, Narcos. Yeah, if you're going to be streaming soon, that's perfect. I'm going to be wrapping up soon once I finish this animation. Then I could hang out at your stream, see what you're working on. Utopic awesomeness. Alright, we got 2 more frames in this Runa animation. I am going to run to the restroom BRBs. Alright, what's up, guys? We are back. We are re-energized. We have got some spunk. Narcos, you have fun watching the animation? Awesome. So do you do all, you said you're a one-man team, so I imagine you're doing all the art and stuff for your game as well? Regathian, if you're still hanging around, love to know how you're feeling about this punch. Feeling it's lacking a little bit of power here, but of course it doesn't have like the in-game effects. Maybe I should raise this arm up a little bit. Nope, that wasn't what I wanted to do. No way! Narcos, you're also working on uppercut animation? That's insane. Dude, I can't wait to see. We're getting a bit more body rotation. Damn you and your body rotation, man. You're killing me, but you're right. I know you're right. That's why I hate that. Like, I hate that you're right. Hate that you're right. Because it just means more work for me, Regathian. You're just making me work more. But I really appreciate it because you're making this animation so much better by telling me it's not good enough. Let's see. You probably already start rotating by the time you get to this punch, right? I'm gonna plop out this face. Goodbye, face. Time for a new face in town. A little too high. Nothing that you say, oh wow. Regathian, I need you to say wow before I can finish. No! It's not good enough. What do you say, guys? We gotta make Regathian say, oh wow, in this animation. We gotta make it good. We need more rotation. More rotation. She doesn't even have a pixel on her face left to rotate. But I know you probably mean in the shoulder and the back, right? Narcos, you're animating really sloppy. Yeah, I animate sloppy too. If you caught how we started this stream earlier, all my animations start out as just really horrifying, sloppy clones. The first animation we did today looked like it was just Mario with a dagger, which is horrifying. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I only move quickly because I've been doing this for a little while now, almost 2 years. So I've just gotten used to the pacing of it. And also keeping me on, like, being on stream helps me because I'm like, oh shit, I really got to get it done before I run out of time to stream. More rotation. More back. More legs. How do we rotate the legs? I guess I'll keep the legs fairly straight. Push these forward. Arbitrary hip pixels, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. And just so you guys know, when I say I'm running out of time, I mean self-imposed deadlines. Gotta respect self-imposed deadlines. More rotation. Can we rotate more? Oh, Regathian! To make rotation easier to animate, you can draw the details that need to move around separately. Like the thing around the belt area. If you do that, you start with getting the silhouette right and then paste and stretch the details. Ah, I see, I see, I see. But what should I rotate? So I could like do stuff like this. Plapoop. Plapoop. You go over here. Then you go over here. And you get stretched in. Oh, nothing happened to you. So we get some of these legs rotated a little bit more. Animating with the mouse again. Got tired of leaning into the Cintiq, as I tend to do around this time on stream. What's going on, guys? Makes things faster, but it doesn't mean you need to do a bit of planning. Oh, but it does mean you need to do a bit of planning. To find the treasures that need to be drawn. Treasures. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing it. I just read features as treasures. The shoulders look like they're rotating. If the shoulders look like they're rotating, your eyes will believe almost anything that goes in. Cool. So you think I need more rotation on these shoulders? Actually, let's get into these last two frames so that we can connect all this movement. You go here, and then you also go here. You look down a little bit, kind of, like that. Like, nope, not like that. Fine, I'll rotate you manually, you jerk. Okay, let's push some of these features back. Actually, let's steal this head for here. What's going on, guys? The forward movement looks good. Thanks, appreciate it. Appreciate it. The back shoulder still needs to look. Still looks like it doesn't move much. The back shoulder. So you mean this shoulder right here? Whoa, she turns into a little chibi here. Oh, wait. Yeah. So it still feels like it doesn't move much. Gathian, I gotta tell you, I appreciate all of this honesty. Seriously. So good. Always good to get feedback. Gonna throw all these shoulders as forward as I can. No remorse. Bring them out around here as she brings her arm in. Drop the elbow a bit to not create too much distance between the shoulder and the fist during the wind-up. Actually, her fist looks like it's the wrong way. Nope, that's not good. That's not good. In case you guys are wondering why I have this green background here, it's so that I can see the white effect on her punch a little bit clearer. Yeah, it does look like there's kind of a baseball pitch. You know what I need to do? I'm gonna put this arm away. Where is it? I'm gonna put it over here. I'm gonna try to redraw that arm real quick. So, punching. I need to look at myself in the camera. I can't even see. I need a mirror in here, actually. So she should be winding up. Fist is forward. Should be more like that. This dark part is supposed to be the front fist. So we'll put our bands around here. I think that's starting to look a little bit better. elbow should probably be centered below the fist in this angle. So we got some overlapping skin here. Nope, that just looks like a big ass blob next to her arm. Let's bring that back. Depends on if the fist starts rotated or it rotates during the punch. Alright, I think we're still, yeah, I'm still totally ignoring these last two frames. God damn it. We need to make those into a thing. Looks a little bit less pitchy. Kamehameha punch. One man. I should watch a little bit of, since Regathian mentioned watching some anime, I should probably watch some One Punch Man or whatever. Is that what it's called? Been hearing a lot about that show. When you start with the elbow lowered, you end up rotating the fist counterclockwise as you extend your arm forward. Yep. Good point. One Punch Man. Yeah. Did I say One Man Punch? Sorry. Any of you guys watch that show? Narcos, you watch it? Sorry, Narcos. Actually, I realize I'm on a pressure now because the longer I take to finish this, then the longer it's going to take for Narcos to start his stream. So I need to hurry the F up. Do I always stream? Uh, Wait, what? Regathian, you have a total number of 0 published animations? Oh, does Regathian also stream? Yeah, that's true, Regathian. Do you stream? Ah, cool, man. Yeah, you totally should. I feel like there's definitely a lot of stuff we could all learn from you. I would love to just kind of hear you think this kind of stuff out. Kind of get a good idea of how you're keeping what's the word? Kind of like how you're staying aware of all these things all the time. Super cool. But in the meantime, I will totally take all of your powers and use them for me. So thank you for hanging out here and giving me your advice. Wait, Regathian, were you just saying you don't animate at all? Guess you have a really good idea for that kind of stuff. Thanks, Narcos. You don't put that much care in your animations compared to small things. Animating it's a PETA? What's a PETA? Oh, pain in the ass. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I feel you. I said that, a funny thing too, especially when you're a one-man team, I used to say that a lot when I animated my characters. In fact, when I made Runa, I told myself, this Runa you're looking at today, I told myself that like it would just be placeholder and then one day I'll actually get to it. But when you're working by yourself, you never get to it. And so this is the version of her that's on Steam, you know? And that's okay because it's still halfway decent, and at least players don't really realize that every now and again there's some pixels out of place or whatever. Regretting it's only when you see other people's work that you could think of everything. Yeah, exactly. It's the same here, right? So I'm like, I, I, I'm like working on this stuff, and I'm just like not paying attention to all these good body mechanics rules and stuff like that. But I guess that's when we'll transcend into like greatness, when we can think about that stuff at the same time, like while streaming, while working. In the meantime, dude, thanks so much for being my eyes and ears. Still looks like she's pitching because she should punch and then bring her arm back in. Instead, she's bringing it down low. Let's look at that first frame again. I'm going to grab this arm. I'm going to delete this arm. Kind of use that for these two arms. I think it's because the arm goes down so low after it's done. Regatha using a 3D rig with just a character made out of boxes as a starting point. Ah, cool. Yeah, I think you mentioned that once when I was streaming, to like use a 3D rig to kind of pose out the character and go from there. Are you animating in pixel art?
Fish? Did somebody say fish?
Hey, we've got a new follower! Vico's awesome! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew! We are working on Skyhook, a game where you fight with grappling hooks, out now on Steam Early Access. Thank you for the follow. We are making this Viking punch. Hopefully. Vigo's awesome. What's going on? Regathian, that's a really, really cool idea. I'm definitely going to have to give that a shot. I don't know what is going on in this animation right now. I'm starting to lose it. Starting to get tired. Gonna cheat on the arc here for her punch. Gonna raise all this stuff. Not gonna make her drop down so much. Because she's punching, she's not diving. I think that's part of what was selling it too much like a pitch. Still looks like a pitch. Gosh darn it. It's this frame right here. If I just increase the timing on this, bring it back. There we go. Starting to be a thing. What do you guys think? Vico's awesome. Thanks for the love on the animations. Regatha, you mostly work on 2D projects. Yeah, more placeholder assets for sure. Yeah, man, it's all a means to the end for me. A means to actually finishing a game. Hopefully we could do that. And you guys could watch it happen here on stream. Alright, we have not checked this in-game in a while, so let's make sure we do that. We don't want to go too far with an animation without making sure it's working in our game. Here we go, Runa on Runa. Saved out the greens, but whatever. Looking cool. She could probably lean forward a little bit more. Punch. She literally is the one punch man. Or the one punch woman. Because after one punch, you die. Punch. So I think I'll just make her lean forward if I even have room, which I think I do in the animation. Yeah. So we're gonna grab all of that shizness and push it forward. Now we're losing the punch. Again, the downsides to having such small character spaces. But we'll have to make it work because that's the constraints of the game, guys. The constraints of the game. Almost there, guys. We're almost there. There you go. She leans a little bit more forward now in her punch. Regatta, you've been doing 3D sculpting. Awesome, man. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of. What are you using? ZBrush? I definitely really have the urge to work on a 3D game for my next project. I was doing mostly 3D stuff before I started working on this game. So that would be a lot of fun. What I really want to do is for my next project I want to stream it from like day one, you know? Just like start it here on Twitch and work on the game. We could push this even more. Diamond Drake 87, front of the front boot really looks like it's missing a pixel. Front of the front boot. Do you think maybe there? If that's the pixel you meant, I think you were right. Regatta, not in front of ZBrush. You're using Sculptress. Cool. That's like the pure just sculpting tool, right? It's like really zen. It's pretty cool. Also, Diamond Drake, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out today. Really appreciate you catching that pixel. Hopefully I got the one you were talking about. Shifting these feet over. Bringing them up. Actually, do I want to... I think I want to land this feet here. And pop this feet up. Oh gosh. Hey Diamond, totally cool if you're a lurker, man. Lurkers are the best. I'm a lurker too, honestly, when I hang out in other streams. I've recently started chatting more, but yeah, I appreciate, even though you're lurking, man, I appreciate you calling it out when you find something missing. Absolutely helps. Sometimes I get so lost in these animations that having you guys as a second eye is such a huge thing. Near Spaceball, this is Pixel Edit. It is a pixel art software. It has this really cool, the reason I use it over Photoshop, which I use for all my other stuff, it has this really cool playback window, so you can see your animation playing back in real time while you're working on it. Pixel Edit's super cheap, it's like $8 or something. And I think there's a free version as well. Regathian, maybe let the forward leg drag behind a bit, would make it seem like it's the upper body carrying all the momentum in the dash. Cool, cool, cool. Let's give that a shot. Just moving some little nugget toes around. Characters are so small, basically at this resolution, their toes and arms just become little chicken nuggets. Basically just move it back a bit as the toe dips down. Great feedback, Regathian. Looking at the timing of the legs in the playback right now. Near Spaceball, you doing some pixel art too? I would definitely recommend, if you are, I definitely recommend Pixel Edit. Super awesome program. You got any questions about it, always feel free to ask in the chat. Happy to show you some stuff about how it works. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Just working out these feats. These chicken nugget feet. Near Spaceball. You don't at the moment, just curious. Totally cool. I wonder if I've included Pixel Edit in the description for the channel. I totally should. Alright, let's get some lighting here on the helmet since as it's fully rotated. Not on this pixel though. Vic was awesome, I did. Thanks, thanks, thanks. So close, guys. We're so close. Just gotta make this look good and pixel her nugget feet. And make sure it works in game and make sure it's readable by the player, and maybe there's a lot more to go. Just so you guys know, as we're getting close to the end of the stream, yeah, Narcos will be streaming soon. Right? Yes. Right? Yes. Yes. Right? Yes. I think so. Yes, Narcos will be streaming right after me, so if you check out his channel. Yep, still got to get that wow from Regathian. We're working on it though. Hopefully we're getting a little bit close. And we're getting, I don't want a pity wow either. It's better be either I get a legit wow from you or maybe I'll have to earn it next time. No pity wows here. Okay, we're missing some lighting on the legs here. So where the leg goes up like that on that frame. There we go. We're getting, compared to what I began with, this is wow worthy. Thanks man, I think. It definitely is way better than the really, really bad punch animation we had to start for you. Yeah, you're right about that. And I owe it all to all of you guys' feedback. You guys are so awesome. You guys is that a thing? Is that proper grammar? Looking at all the little tiny moving parts. We're guessing you might duplicate the most extended frame to give it a bit more impact. Yeah, so let's see. I think does it do that? I have to check in the animator if it does that. But yeah, that's a really good point. I could definitely do that programmatically in the game. That'd be cool. Add more oomph to all the animations. Great, great, great idea. Alright guys, let's check this chick out in game. Wait, let's look at her hair. Her hair could totally flap right there. Turn off the green, make sure we don't have any green laying around. Yes, we do. Shabba boop, shabba punch, shabba boop. Let's save that out. Street Fighter pauses the game entirely on impacts. Yeah, that's a good point. I've struggled with if I should do that or not in Skyhook. There's like a micro pause that no one will ever notice, but I'm always wondering if I should have like a full pause, like in Samurai Gun. But I find that it gets a little weird because then if you're playing, because we got to make our skins real quick, then because I feel like if you hit somebody, then all the other players get paused, and they're not even involved in the fight. You know what I mean? So I'm curious how to do that in a 4-player game. I guess Smash probably does it too. I'll have to see what kind of timing they use for theirs. Let's generate Runa skins. In the meantime, let's save out the other characters just to be safe, because we did adjust them a little bit. So we've got Jade. We've got Anara's. We've got Aaron. We'll save our pixelated file. Okay, Runa skins generated. Let's generate Jade skins. I have this little tool here to generate skins if you guys haven't seen it before. A pause only works in head-to-head games. Yeah, exactly right. It'll be weird for the other players when it pauses. But I wonder, does Smash have something like that? And then we'll generate Anara skins. Sweet. Now let's play as Runa. Let's take a look at what we made, guys. Punch. One man. Punch. One punch. Man. One punch. Man. I see. Ugh. Punch. Punch. Falcon punch. Let's see, I see a little tiny thing. Yeah, this isn't working right here. It's not really reading. Everything else seems to be reading okay. Save that back out. Cool beans. We'll regenerate Runa here. We'll add that extra frame that Regathian mentioned. See how that feels in the game. That'd be cool. What? Regathian said in game that punch was wow worthy. We did it, guys. Awesome. And I'm not even trying to make fun of you or anything, Regathian. It just means a lot because I know you're, have a critical eye or whatever. It means a lot. Thanks, man. Oh, crap. I exported it wrong. I lose all credit. Save. Thanks, student. Thank you for the feedback. Everybody, Regathian, Atoxy, Narcos, Diamond, Spaceball, all of you guys. Thank you for the feedback. Let's get this character in game. Let's test her out. We got 6 more minutes. We might actually meet the deadline, which is crazy. Anara still needs some rework, but we can worry about that in the future. Punch, punch, such a punch. Look at all that head rotation in this freaking whack-a-mole. Alright. Let's add that extra sprite. That extra frame of melee. Let's see, it'll be right there. That would be so it's anticipation and then it's forward, right? Yeah, so it'd be the second frame. Interesting. Okay, so let's do this. What the? Okay, that doesn't move. See how that feels. So there's 1 extra frame in the attack now. Let's try out all the characters. See how they look with the extra frame. Anara's looking good with it too. Yeah, I see what you guys mean now, like the sword, her pulling the sword out isn't really reading. So I think Regathian, I finally understand what you were talking about needing to point the sword out so people can actually see it. So there's Anara's, gonna need some work later on. Got some fin action. And finally, we got a little bit of Jade. Sweet. See, I'm going to set that sprite back. Because what's interesting is what I have for the other characters, I guess I didn't do it enough with Runa and Anara. So what I was doing with Finn and Jade is that they have 2 frames. If I put this back, they have 2 frames. One where they're in their attack pose, and then just one kind of hold for that pose, which I wasn't doing with Runa and Anara. And I really should go back and adjust that. So this way, it is 2 frames for the hit, and it stays moving, so it's not completely frozen. And then it snaps into the next frame. So I'm going to try to achieve something like that more with Runa and Anara. Mostly pointing the sword out is just to allow the hitbox to go further, but it does help to convey the momentum. Yeah, you're totally right, Regathian. Cool, guys. So we're going to jump into the main menu here. We're going to test out every character. We're going to fight against some bots. Do 1 test match before we finish this stream out. Turn on my music here. Play some real in-game music. Let me set the audio options to be a little low because they tend to overwhelm the stream. Let me know how it is, if there's any problems, guys. Check OBS here. Cool. Here's the game. Play with real sound.
I guess it's dinner time.
Sorry, Grimlock, you don't have an animation yet. So we'll do Finn.
Don't
Oh, automatic Anara, sweet, and I'll be Runa, the one-punch woman. All the characters still need sound effects for their punches too. A slash has more rotational momentum, so a stab might look better. Yeah, you're probably right. Especially since most of the other characters are like kind of forward piercing attacks. Let's make all these computers hard. Actually, let's do normal. Let's do this, guys. 3 lives, deathmatch, in Frostguard. Whoa! So if you guys have been hanging out on the stream, this is the game. This is Skyhook, a game where you fight with grappling hooks. It now officially has melee combat. Sorry, melee combat. Thanks, Narcos. Restart that because I totally died. Fighting against the AI here in this local multiplayer platformer. Get out of here. Shark bite. These computers are too good. Whoa, almost got hit by that bomb. Wow, demolished again. Yeah, so what's tough is the computers, their logic for melee combat is not quite there yet, so they just use it as soon as they get close to you and almost always land a hit, which is a little too artificial. It's almost better to just stay away from them and use the hook. Nice. That's the game, guys. See if we get this working. There we go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Alright guys, that was the game. That is Skyhook. It is out now on Steam Early Access. Oh no, you can't even see me. You can't even see me. Alright guys, that was the game. It's out now on Steam Early Access. It is 50% off for the Steam Winter Sale, so you can grab it for $2.50 if you so please. If not, that's cool. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the advice. Thanks to you guys, all the characters in the game now have melee attacks. Runa's got her One Punch Man. Anara's got her janky slash, which we'll work on in the future. Jade's got her slash. And Finn's got his chompy chomp chomp bite. So thank you so much for hanging out. You guys gave me some awesome feedback. You helped make these animations so much better than they would have been if I worked on this by myself. So thanks for hanging out. If you liked what you saw, if you enjoyed the stream, please follow. I'll be streaming every day at 1 p.m. Eastern Time for about 4 to 5 hours like we did today. I won't be around tomorrow or the day after due to the holidays, but I'll be back right after that streaming some more pixel art. Rugathian, also an anime. You don't know if you've ever seen a backhand slash actually hit. It's usually just a parry. That's true, right? Yeah. It's usually just to, like, deflect other kunais and stuff. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe I should just go for a straight up. She just stabs you in the gut, takes out one of your kidneys, and uses them for herself. Yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. So yeah, guys, again, thank you so much for hanging out. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. I gotta get used to pointing at things that are not actually here. But yeah, I'll be streaming Monday to Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll be on break for Christmas and Christmas Eve. So I'm looking forward to see you guys when I get back, and we'll work on more Skyhook. We got a lot more to come. Take care, guys. Have a good holidays, and see you guys soon.